Nice attention there as Max makes his way to the wagon to put Booker into it. He's facing backwards. There we go, he's facing forward now. See the butt end. Looks like his tail is hanging out. He's turned around. He's a little uncomfortable. He's thinking about coming out. So far he's doing good. He's a little stressed, but decoys are trying to pawn this dog off to the crowd. Four decoys and the judge and Booker making her way back to Max. And there they are. He made it. Looked like he was going to fall out for a second, but he stayed in there. Got the distractions from the decoys now while Max makes his way to the other side of the jump for that recall, or for that retrieve. Remember, it's going to be throwing the box. The dog should be called over the jump to grab the box. Then on the way back to the handler, go into a sit, and then do the position changes with the box in the mouth. There's the box. There's the retrieve command. There's the jump. It's working on picking it up. A little bit of pawing. There we go. Extra command. He dropped it on the sit command. There's the change of positions. They were nice. And then we'll need to retrieve it as well. Oh, nope. Did not finish the retrieve. Booker is in a nice solid sit there. Those decoys are going to switch positions. Those cans are real loud. He's trying to draw the dog in. He did great with it. Max just called him to heel to make him look up. And I don't even think Booker looked at him. Transport. Send into a... should not bite here. Very nice. Recall command. Second recall command. Third recall command. Slow to respond and slow to sit. Nope. But he did it. Took a couple commands to get him to call him from the decoy. There is the next guard. Go into the down, and the decoy is going to shoot and run. Dog should stay in the down. Here we go. Very nice. Awesome. No, not even a fidget. Crowd goes wild. Very nice. Nice obedience routine from Max and Booker PSA 3. We will check in with Jerry, the judge. Max and Booker making their way back to the critique area. Booker is happy with himself. Max and Booker waiting for Jerry Bradshaw to give the critique. Kyle and Frankie are up next for the PSA 3 obedience. Guns are being reloaded. Still a slightly chilly morning. All right, here comes the judge.
All right. Next up, we got Max and Booker. On the campfire portion, the food refusal was correct, and then we execute the recall, and I think it's just a little bit faster. The recall back. That was correct, and we go over to the healing. Dog's kind of in and out of attention, and a little slightly wide at times, but overall good. Also, the turns and the change of pace and so forth was basically correct. And then the sit in motion with the recall, we get some extra. We get one extra command on the recall to heal up, and the handler's kind of fading to the right just a little bit, pulling the dog off the line. So a little handler help there. So we lose a couple of points there. The retrieve does not get demonstrated back to the handler, so that had to be 0. First change of position was correct. Second change of position, a little scoot forward. The transport out to the decoys was very nice, clean. The recall back, we get some extra commands and a little bit of handler influence as you leave the cone and move up a little bit closer. We had to fail that particular exercise on points. The sit on recall was executed well, but you were already moved up a little bit, and you were moving when you gave the command, so I took a little bit there. The send to guard was very nice. Dog comes up, gives some nice marking there, and then on the say that was executed correctly at the very end. Overall today, passing score 77.5, and we'll see you in the bye work.
77.5.
All right, up next in the level 3s, we have Kyle Murphy and K9 Frankie. Kyle would like to thank his club, Strong Idle Working Dogs, and especially his training director, Jonathan Capps. He would also like to thank his mom and family back in Ohio for all the support over the years. And finally, he would like to thank his fiance for holding down everything back home so he was able to travel and compete with Frankie this year. Good luck, Kyle!
Kyle trying to adjust the scenario there. Jerry said no. That is an option that you have in some cases of just doing your own kind of thing. Trying to think outside the box. Kyle is getting into the hammock. Food refusal. Definitely refusing that food. Frankie, a German Shepherd. A little bit wobbly up there, but he's staying up there well. Got up there to get a little bit more comfortable, trying to lay back down. Gunshot. Gunshot. Good stay by Frankie. There's the whistle recall. Kyle and Frankie making their way over to the decoys, where they will be shadowing Kyle and Frankie. Alright, lots of attraction here from the decoys. Good attitude on Frankie, he's looking up, paying good attention. Bumping there on that turn, but very nice healing. Frankie not having a problem with these decoys at all. Tension really helps in these situations. Quick response to the command, but the dog is still not in a sit, really. The recall, very nice. Quick, straight to heel, no deviation, didn't run out in front, wasn't distracted by the charging decoy. Alright, Frankie is in the cart, the wagon. Kyle's trying to get him to turn. His tail's kind of sticking out. Not much distraction from the decoys in this scenario, but the dog does really get very far away from the handler, and there are 4 decoys in suits right there with him. Which would excite a lot of dogs and make them want to bite. Kyle is still way over there. He broke. Kyle stopped him. Now he's making his way back to put him back in the cart. When they're not that comfortable in that cart, they want to hop out. Decoys making their way back to the fence line and back on track. He jumped out again. I don't know if he downed on his own that time or if he was responding to a command from Kyle. In sync Demon A legs, look at that. If you're looking for a bite suit, definitely get a Demon A from Kirby Canine. Alright, here we go into more decoy distraction as Kyle makes his way to the retrieve area. Frankie's wagging his tail. We have yet to see a dog execute this retrieve properly. Nothing against the dogs, this is a very hard retrieve. It's a cardboard box with balls in it, but it's not just that, it's that they have to go over the jump. He missed the jump. He did grab the item, dropped it. Change of positions was pretty good. He's having a little bit of a hard time grabbing that box and bringing it. The balls are falling out. should stay. And then right here we have the remote transport. Sending the dog away from the handler. He's a little bit going the long way. I don't know if he took a bite there. He grabbed the fish that the decoys were distracting him with earlier. Now Kyle is trying to send him back to the guard. Oh, he bit. The whistle recall, sit command, slow to respond and a little slow to sit as well. Right here you should send to another guard in the decoying chair. And there we go. They got the shots, very nice down. Tiny little movement on the back end, but very nice down. All right, that is Kyle and Frankie PSA 3 obedience completed. We will wait for the judge, Jerry Bradshaw, to give us the critique as well as the score.
our next handler, we've got Kyle and Frankie. On the beginning portion there, the handler comes in and decides to rearrange my scenario, which I didn't like. So I told him he couldn't change where the boxes were. He had to do it as expected. The dog shows a bit of stress there in the food refusal, so I took a half point there. The recall and down could be, or excuse me, the recall back to the hammock could be a little bit faster, just a half point there. And then the healing, pretty good. I'd like to see the dog be a little bit more in attention throughout the healing pattern there. And then, you know, most of the turns and so forth, just a little, you know, minor deductions here and there. The fast, slow, normal as well. And then, so that was demonstrated well. The dog goes into the wagon, comes around, he gets in and out a bunch of times, right? He gets a little stressed as he's getting a little further away from the handler. And so the handler has to come back in and put it back into the wagon a couple of times. Then we get back and for the retrieve exercise, a lot of extra commands there on the retrieve portion. The dog ends up pretty close to you for the change of position, so we had to take a little bit of points there on the change of position because the dog was not at the distance where he should have been. And then we get 2 bites in the transport. One initially on the send in, and then one when the dog is a little bit further around. He gets the bear twice, and so for me that's a 0 because the dog bites the decoy in that behavior. We continue on and just finish out, and the recall, the dog was not in the transport behavior when recalled out, so there would have been some point deductions there. The sit on the recall was executed with a little bit of pressure, and then the send into the guard. He pulls the dog out of the guard, so that would be points there as well on the guard itself and on the stay portion there at the end. So unfortunately today, a 0 in obedience, but we do have a tournament today, so we'll see you in the bye-work.
No pass for Frankie and Kyle.
Sybil. Joe would like to thank New England Working Dogs for everything they have done for him. Creating this club with his friends was the best decision he has ever made. He would also like to thank everyone that has helped him and Sybil along the way, from suiting up to problem solving. He would like to specifically thank Anthony Rappa and Jolie Dexelheimer for suiting up and helping Sybil get to where she is. And lastly, a big thank you to his fiancée, Victoria, who is always up to suiting up, training, and pursuing his dreams with Sybil. Good luck, Joe!
Right. John has put his Sybil up onto, Joe has put his dog onto the boxes. He has gotten into the hammock without any issues. And here's the first food refusal. A little bit of sniffing and licking his lips. Uh-oh. He definitely thought about it. No takers on the food refusal. Sybil doing a good job of just staying on the bots. Here comes the bear.
I'm gonna get that bear. What the? There's no ammo.
The shotgun was not loaded.
Malfunction. Malfunction. Oh no.
We are reloading the shotgun so we can give the dog the same picture. Nice stay on Sybil's part, and here's the recall. Joe and Sybil making their way to the decoys for the shadow healing. They'll be shadowing him again, or for this team the first time.
Forward.
Lots of pressure from the decoys. Comes to sit in motion. Looks good. And the recall. Probably could have been faster. Dog's a little stressed. Sybil's in the wagon. Let's put him in a down, it looks like. And the decoys are taking off with him. Not much distraction, but a lot of eye contact from the bear. Has stood up. Stress looks like it's starting to build a little bit. Starting to look back and forth. Licking the lips. Lifting of a paw there. Just potentially thinking about just getting out. So far the wagon scenario is going well. They're making their way back. One more straight stretch. And there they are, back to Joe. Lots of distractions from the decoys as the handler makes his way to the retrieve spot. That fish interested in the dog, Sybil. Kind of looking at it. This will be a recall over the jump to grab the box that is full of balls. Well, not full, but has a handful of balls in there. Tennis balls, I think. Oh, he left the box, or left the wagon a little early. Nice jump. A little bit of a issue picking the box up and then dropped it on the sit command. The judge wanted the dogs to hold the box while they did this position change, but none of the dogs have done it yet. A little bit of an issue, some shaking there. An extra command. And now he has a ball. Sybil is in a down. Decoys are going to move. Lots of noise. Trying to draw the dog in. Not a problem for Sybil. There's the first command to go into a guard. He tried to retrieve and then went over the jump and into the wagon. Oh, wagon fell over. Sybil is trying to figure out what he's supposed to do. Extra command there, and we're into the guard. A little jump up. I don't know if he's grabbing. I don't know if there was any bite there. He'd come back on the recall command. The sit was just a little bit slow on that sit on recall. There we go, into the guard and the seated decoy. Nice. Extra command as he broke for the gunshot. It did respond to the command quickly and did not take a bite. That is Joe and Sybil's PSA 3 routine. Stand by for the score.
Alright, our next handler of Joe and Sybil. The campfire portion was really nice. Food refusal and the recall to the hammock was executed correctly. I'd like to see more attention on the healing portion. The dog's kind of in and out of attention throughout. But overall, aside from the occasional lag or so forth, and sitting in the slow portion of the change of pace, That was executed well. Sit motion can be just a little bit faster. We get extra command there on the recall to heal up. And then on the retrieve portion, the dog finally brings one of the balls from the box back, but we don't get a completed retrieve, so that had to be zeroed. The change of positions, a little deduction there because of the closeness of the dog to the handler. And then we do get a bite in the transport, so that had to be zeroed for the bite. And then unfortunately today we have a 0 in obedience because of that bite on the transport. But because it's a tournament, we will see Joe, I'm sure, and Sybil in the protection portion.
KP. Coy would like to thank his club, Canine Working Dogs of Dallas. Good luck, Coy!
KP has been put on the boxes by Coy. Coy is working on getting into the hammock.
Now he's from Texas. He wants some barbecue, right? We got some links and some
Refusal.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Now, are those some of your grandmates, homemade? It's in your ear. What are they doing down
KP
here?
not taking the bait.
Those some of your grandmates, homemade biscuits? They are. You know, really long already. Way back.
Coy watching closely.
It all starts with the butter, is what you're saying. You gotta make sure it's real cold. If you want butter, then you got more biscuits. More biscuits is good. You gotta add cold, good, salted butter. You gotta put it in the flour. Oh, no. It's hard. I got that. Go on again. Go on.
Little barking from KP there. Not breaking though. He has not gotten off the box yet. He did not take a bite. And there's the recall. Koi and KP making their way to the decoys.
I think he's scared bear.
Nice attention.
Big scary bear over there.
Your hoodie is nasty. Forward!
Left turn! Right turn!
Good healing there from KP. Good attitude. Checking in with the decoys just a little bit here and there. Maintaining heel very well. Here comes that sit in motion. Quick to respond, just a little bit slow to get the butt to the ground. Everyone making their way to the wagon. We'll load KP in the wagon. He's downing him. And there goes the decoys. KP is staying in the down well. A little barking. Some gunshots, but those don't belong to us. KP exited the wagon and is returning to Koi. Oh, there he goes again. Second command to down. That's the second time that he exited the wagon. Koi's on the way back. And I'm back in the wagon, back and down. Some more barking from KP. And he's exited again. I think there must be a shooting range or something a couple fields over, because there's a bunch of guns going off. Alright, Koi has put KP back in the wagon, and here we are getting ready for the retrieve exercise. Some bark in there, but he is staying in the wagon. Here comes the box. And then he should go over the jump. Over the jump, grab the box. Very nice. Oh. That was going really, really well for a second. On the second change of positions, he dropped the box, and then when he was told to retrieve it again, he shook it and all the balls just came out. Lots of shots that don't belong to us. Here comes the remote transport. KP went to the wrong decoy. Over the jump. KP's a little confused. Skipping the mobile or the remote transport. Good guard there. Not all the way in the down. It broke on the gunshot, but it came back to Koi instead of going to the man with the gun. That is Koi and KP performing the PSA 3 obedience.
Somebody found a Hyundai key fob, so if you're missing the key to your car, you can come to the secretary's dugout and retrieve it.
Koi and KP making their way to the critique area, and then we will get the score here in just a second. PSA 3 judge is Jerry Bradshaw. He's also one of the founders of the sport. And he runs Tar Heel Canine in North Carolina. Koi stressing. Wondering if he passed. Hard to know when you don't know what's scored and what's not scored, and all of this stuff is just made up by the PSA 3 judge. No one knows until the day of the walkthrough, and even then you don't even know what is how much points. So you could elect to completely not do something and it may not even cost you any points. Behind us are all those shots. Max and Batman are up next. Max is showing 2 dogs in this National. We also showed Booker earlier, if you remember, the black German Shepherd. He's showing Batman next. We don't see him out on the on-deck area yet, but I'm sure he's getting Batman ready. All right, here we go. Judge is making his way back over here. We will get the score from Koi and KP. PSA 3 obedience. Decoy's waiting for the next team.
All right, our next handler, we've got Koi with KP in level 3 obedience. So our campfire portion was executed very nicely. Correct on the food refusal, correct on the recall. And then on our healing, we're getting some extra commands during the healing. And then the dog is like kind of like in and out of position a little bit, in and out of attention a little bit. Now we get the occasional lag or a forge or something with some of the turns and so forth, but overall that was executed pretty well. And then we get to the wagon portion. The dog keeps getting out. He has to keep putting the dog back in. We get all the way back to the retrieve portion. The dog executes the jump to the retrieve nicely and does the sit, and the dog ends up dropping the box, and then we get after the change of positions, and then it just like tears into it. Right. So we didn't get a full demonstration of the retrieve, and then the change of positions. The dog was very close to the handler there, so we had some point deduction there in the change of position. The transport, the dog does not ever make it to the transport. We use up all of our commands. That had to be scored to 0. And then the dog ended up being a little bit close to the handler relative to where it should have been if it was with the decoys. So we had to have a little bit of deduction there on the recall portion, and then consequently also on the sit on recall portion. The send to guard in the chair, we get an extra command there, but the dog does guard, and then we get a break of the stay there at the end when the decoy flees. Overall today, not quite enough points for a passing score, but we will see Koi in the body work this Sunday afternoon. Thanks.
No pass.
Up next in the level 3s, we have Max Shardak again and K9 Batman. Max wants to give a huge thank you to the entire U-Tang clan. This is definitely a team effort, and their hard work and dedication doesn't go unnoticed. Max would also like to thank everyone that has helped him out along the way. Good luck, Max!
Max and Batman this time. Batman is a Dutch Shepherd. Booker is a German Shepherd, a black German Shepherd. Max making his way to the hammock. And here we go for food refusal. Little look there. Did not eat it. Same there. Quick little look.
The knees though.
Real sore, real fast. I am, by all means, I am the oldest one. That is true. That is very true. So I know your family's going to be busy.
So far, Batman is doing good. Just hanging out on those two boxes. Looking at the decoys.
Absolutely, I said. Why would you go for maple syrup?
Oh no! Did you guys hear that? Did you
A
guys
little bit of shifting there on Batman.
Don't make any sudden movements.
You go again. I won't flag you guys.
First gunshot. Batman's getting a little excited. Staying on there. Very nice. Recall coming up. That he's not sure where to go. There he is. Oh, going in circles. There we are. Took just a second for him to find Max there. Max and Batman both like going in circles. Very nice attention. If we keep that up through the shadowing decoys, it will really help. Very nice. A little jumping and bumping there, but the attitude is great. The attention is great. Lots of pressure from the decoys, lots of noise. And this jumping is just turning into bumping, so that may get pointed. But other than that, this is very nice. Quick response to the command, but the butt did not drop as quick. Here's the recall. Overshot just a little bit and had to come back. The charging decoys threw him off just a little. Making their way to the wagon. Max will put Batman into the wagon. And it looks like he told him to down. Alright, same thing as before. They're going to take the dog out. Stress tends to build as the dog gets farther and farther away from the handler. Lots of eye contact from the bear, Andrea. And Batman has gotten up. He's still in the wagon, but he's broken the down. He's moving around a little bit. He's excited. His foot's coming over the edge. He's thinking about jumping out. Getting harder for Batman as this stress starts to mount. Alright, that was halfway. We're headed back. He's moving around a lot, thinking about where he wants to go. There are those shots way behind us in the background. Almost back to Max. Batman's real excited. He's ready to get out of there. Max is happy the dog stayed in. Oh. Almost came out there. Kind of fell off with his front feet. All right. Batman's continuing to be excited. Here comes the retrieve. Over the jump to the retrieve. Change of positions. There was not a retrieve there. No retrieve performed. Max is using the same strategy as he did with Booker, just having Batman look up at him. And the remote transport is next. Went over the jump. And he bite. He did give one command. Here comes Max. Take him off the bite. Three biting. And Max will pull him for the rest of the scenarios. He's zeroed anyway. Max and Batman will be back. An unfortunate bite during the PSA 3 obedience. Here comes Jerry. With the critique.
All right, our next handler in PSA 3 obedience, we got Max with Booker. The food refusal was correct. Recall takes 2 commands to get him to stop running around the hammock. So lose a little bit there. The healing, very nice, like good attention all the way throughout. Like just a couple of slight deductions here and there, half points. But overall, very nicely performed healing portion of the routine. The wagon, he's getting a little overexcited. He's biting the wheels of the wagon a little bit all the way through. You know, he didn't come out though. I mean, like I have to give him that. He was doing everything but come out of the wagon. He was checking our bear out a little bit on that long trip. So we get to the retrieve portion. He comes flying over the jump. and bypasses a little bit. Handler chooses to concentrate there on the change of position. So both of them were executed correctly. He's just a little bit closer to you than I kind of wanted. So slight deduction there. Retrieve is not demonstrated, so that to be scored to 0. And then we go for our transport, and all of those feelings he was keeping inside kind of came out on Adrian there, and so we had a bite. So unfortunately, 0 in obedience today, but a really nice effort. Give Max and Booker a big hand.
Max and Batman, unfortunately 0 due to a bite in the obedience. Max and Batman. Booker is the black German
Next
Shepherd,
up, we have
also
Josh
owned by Max.
Knowlton and K9 Kano. Josh would like to thank his entire club for their tireless efforts to prepare everyone for trials and now nationals. Josh also wants to thank his girlfriend Alyssa for consistently pushing him. Good luck, Josh!
Josh and Kano making their way to the boxes. Kano is on the box. Josh is going to put him in a down and then make his way to the hammock. A little camping scenario here. Oh, here we go. Oh. The hammock almost fell again. All right, here comes the food refusal. Just a quick look. Shifting around a little bit on that box. Smell there. And then the last one gets tossed. No takers for the food.
Did you think it was a bear? No, it's a bear. I'll take care of this bear. I'll take care of it. Another one!
We had kind of a dud there on the first shot. Kano did well. No issues on that recall. That is definitely the best one we've seen. Dog zipped over there, jumped right up onto the hammock. Nice attention here from Kano. Making our way to the next cone to get started for the shadow, eco shadow and healing. Good attitude from Kano, a little bit of bumping. Tiny bit of checking in and out, but that tends to happen at this level. A little slow to sit, but nice recall. Straight to heel position, no overshooting. Not distracted by the charging decoys. On the way to the wagon. See how Kano deals with this. Right in the wagon. Looks like he got a down command. Maybe not. You are watching the ever-changing PSA 3 obedience routine. Judges change these for every trial. It's just a handful of components that have to happen. But it's hard to train for something that you don't know if it's going to happen or not. Kano's doing great with the wagon test. 4 suited decoys pulling him along. Not tons of pressure, but they're constantly talking, moving around, clattering their sticks. Lots of dogs, or a couple of dogs have been breaking. Kano's doing well, he hasn't broken at all. Making their way back. There they are, and then we'll get set up for the retrieve. Distractions from the decoy. Once Josh gets the signal, he'll throw the box. There's the box. Over the jump. Get the box. Little bit of difficulty picking the box up. Let's go with the box on the sit command like every other dog did that picked up the box. Position change, and then retrieve the box. There's the stay while the decoys run. They both have can curtains and one shoots a gun as well. There we go. Very nice. No problems for Kano. Here come the decoys for the remote transport. Sends. It's going a little slow. Not sure where to go. Josh sends him again, and we're off. There we go. Nice. Into that remote transport. Recall. Sit coming up. Sit. Oh, wrong command. It's a little bit slow. It came back a little bit after the command and then executed the wrong position as well. He laid down instead of sit. He did sit after the second command. Guard on the seated decoy. He'll get up slowly. Dog will get downed. Bunch of shots. Dog should chain it down. Very nice. Butt came up just a tiny, tiny bit, but very nice. Crowd loves it. That is Josh and Kano's PSA 3 obedience routine. Stay tuned for the critique from Jerry Bradshaw.
No, he just like to make those beautiful amp rides.
Jonathan Katz is also showing 2 dogs. He's already shown Cougar, and next up is Puma. Jerry making his way over to give us the critique and score. Stand by.
All right. Yes, this is on now. All right, our next handler in level 3 obedience, we've got Josh with Kano, and very nicely handled routine. Josh, being an experienced handler, is very patient when he's handling his dog, and it shows very nicely. Overall, on the campfire, he sits perfectly in the hammock, which made me smile, but didn't earn him any extra points. The food refusal is correct. The recall and the jump into the hammock was a little extra special treat for us all. So that was very, very nice. Dog stayed very steady through all the chaos there. And then we moved to the healing portion. We lose attention occasionally, but overall, pretty good. He's a little bouncy at times, and we get he's a little out of position a couple of times with some crowding and so forth. Overall, solid healing performance, and all the little things there. The sit in motion could be a little bit faster in the position. We get a little handler help as he drifts offline from the attack out of the blind. There was a minor deduction there. And then we go into the wagon. The dog takes the trip around and back very nicely and stays pretty calm in there. And then we do the retrieve. Dog comes over and we end up dropping the retrieve item, executing those change of positions. Again, the dog's a little closer than I wanted, so some minor deduction there. And then finally, in 2 parts, we get the retrieve finished out, so I get some partial credit there on the retrieve. We go to the transport, and the dog is a little confused as to where he's going. He gets the dog back into heel position, resends the dog, and then the decoys by that time are pretty deep, but we do get a transport there demonstrated, very clean, and then the recall back also very clean. On the sit-on recall back, the dog does not execute the sit-on recall, so that had to be scored a 0. And then the recall from that position there is he's brought back in, and then we send to the guard. I like to see the dog just come a little faster into the guard, but he does go in, execute the guard. The disengage is performed correctly on the fleeing decoy there, and so today 77 points, and we will see you in the byework.
77 for Josh and Kano.
Up next in the level 3s, we have Jonathan Katz and Canine Puma. Jonathan would like to thank his club, Strong Island Working Dogs, for helping him get ready, as well as all of their love and support. It takes a village, and he is very lucky to have them. Good luck, Jonathan!
All right. Jonathan Katz and Puma.
Do you think he's going to fall? I keep having party fouls and I spill. Too much air. I'm digging. I'm digging. He's leaking. Sorry.
You getting these marshmallows yet?
Here's the food refusal. This is John's second dog that he's showing in this year's PSA 3. Puma is not taking the food.
Careful now, careful now. This is like a get up and feed dogs, and none of them want the food. I don't know what to tell you.
With salsa.
I mean, it was your grandma's biscuits. You brought that in. No, I did not.
Maybe it's the butter. It's definitely the butter.
I guess biscuits and gravy will be a good combo right now. So homemade. Never be a secret out of me. You ever make that? Oh, did you hear that?
There is a bear.
What the hell? That's a bear!
Puma's a little interested.
It's a bear! Oh no. I got it! Oh! I got it! I think I got it! Oh! That's a bear!
So far, so good for Jonathan Katz and Puma.
He didn't fold this time, he didn't now. He learned his lesson. He learned his lesson. He's got a good technique with them guys. Look at that serious face though. There was no fun around the campfire. Everything was all around the campfire.
Good attention here from Puma. Good attitude. Nice calm handling from John. Little bumping and stuff there as Puma gets excited. Nice quick response to the command, but a little bit slow to get the butt on the ground. There's the recall. Very nice recall. Quick. Back to heel position. Not affected by the decoy. They're all making their way back to the wagon. Okay, Puma's in the wagon. The decoys and Judge are making their way with the dog and wagon all the way back to the spectator area, along the fence line, turn, and then all the way back. Puma's doing good so far. There's the halfway point, and we're headed back. Puma got up there, and John gave an extra command. Oh, she just exited. John told her to get back in remotely. He stayed where he was. She got back in, and he downed her. Very nice handling. Was able to get her. Oh, she exited again on her own. But he was able to get her back in there without actually having to go back, all the way back to her. That may have saved him points. No way of really knowing. Alright, some distractions from the decoys. while John makes his way to the retrieve spot. We have been doing the PSA 3 obedience all morning. We have 2 more to go. Little problem with the jump there. And like all the other ones, she chose to drop the box on the position changes. But Puma did a good job of grabbing it after. We do have the retrieve. Just in 2 steps. The decoy's position change. No problem for Puma. And here come the decoys for the remote transport. Oh, we have a bite. Maybe not. She may have just been... Nice quick sit. She may have just been standing up on Jeremy. We'll have to wait for the critique from the judge. This is getting a little closer to this end. Oh, there is a bite. That was supposed to be a guard. 2 commands, 3rd command to recall. So that was a bite in obedience, so that'll be 0'd. John Katz and Puma making their way to the critique area after their PSA 3 obedience. This is John's 2nd dog in this national. Cougar and Puma. Judge making his way back to the critique area for the critique and score. Next up is Fred and Musk, followed by Mike and Kai. And that will be it for the PSA 3s.
All right. Next up, we got John with Puma. The portion over here by the campfire executed beautifully. Full points on the food and food refusal and the recall. Healing was nice. We lose the tension here and there, and then we get just a little bit of bouncing in the fast on the change of pace. A little bit of crowding on the slow, and the normal there was correct. We lose a point, half point here or there on some of the turns. Sit motion can be faster into the sit. Recall the heel, executed beautifully. It all comes right up into perfect position there. And then on our retrieve, dog comes over, does pick up the retrieve item, lets it go when the dog is told to sit. But now we have good distance on the change of position there. And so ideal picture would be to have the retrieve item in the mouth at that point. But we get 2 changes of position that were otherwise demonstrated correctly. And then in 2 parts, we get the retrieve brought back to the handler. Transport, unfortunately there, we get a bite. And then on the guard, at the end we get a bite. In the transport, that bite there in particular is considered to be a 0, and so our obedience routine this morning is a 0. But we will see John and Puma, I'm sure, in the bite work. Give them a big hand.
John and Puma unfortunately bit during the bite work, or during
Up next
obedience.
in the level 3s, we have Fred Hassan and K9 Musk. Fred would like to thank Krista Kidney and Chris Altair for supporting him. Good luck, Fred!
Fred and Musk. Musk past the box there, looks to fire. Fred making his way into the hammock. Nope.
Nailed it.
Commence the food refusal.
Already sniffed the campfire a little bit. He wants some beer.
Bring all the boys to the yard, all right? Oh, chicken chips, these are your biscuits. These like
Musk staying on the boxes as well.
Was it? What was it? We're running out of time. We're running out of time. Oh my goodness. Next time. Okay. All right, I'm gonna get this bear. You better run faster than that!
Musk shifted just a little. Here's the recall. Good attitude from Musk. Kind of lost attention on Fred, causing some slow turns, some wide healing. Almost lost him there on that about turn. Nice quick sit. Recall. Nice. Ignored the charging decoy, came straight to heel. Probably could have been a little bit faster. Fred is in the wagon, and in a down. Or sorry, Musk is in the wagon, in a down. And we're off. Musk just got up from the down. Starting to turn and shift a little bit to keep an eye on Fred. Alright, final leg, making their way back. Musk has done well with this so far. He did break the down, but the dog just needs to stay in the cart, so. Some distractions from the decoys. Musk is doing great with. Starting to warm up a little bit. There's the recall over the jump. Grab the box. Nice quick grab. Nice sit. Oh, did drop it. Second command for the down. He smells the balls in there. A little bit of shaking and chewing, but it did retrieve the box of balls. No problems there for Musk. Musk went to the wrong decoy. Fred having a little bit of a hard time redirecting him to the decoys he wants him to go to. Oh, and there's a bite. That'll be a 0. Send on the guard. Send to a guard to a seated decoy. A little barking there. Slow to down. Dog shouldn't break here. Very nice. Elbow is leaving the ground a little bit. He's making his way back. We'll leash him up and then head back to the critique area. One more PSA 3 obedience routine to go. Mike McMahon and Kai are up next. But first the critique from Fred Musk.
Good? None? Yeah? Okay. Alright. Our second to last competitor in level 3 obedience, we've got Fred with Musk. Over here at the campfire, everything was very nicely executed. Food refusal was correct, and the recall also correct. We go over to the healing. I'd like to see some attention. The dog is kind of inconsistent in position throughout. We nickel and dime a little bit on some of our changes of pace and on some of the turns and so forth. Then we have our sit motion, which was executed correctly. Recall and heal, I'd like to see the dog come up just a little bit faster. But otherwise, that portion was good. On the wagon, dog goes around, comes back. We set up for the retrieve. And dog comes over, and we get the retrieve. On the sit command, the dog drops the retrieve item. Then we execute our changes, and then the dog does deliver. So we did get some points on the retrieve there. And then first change of position was correct. Second one a little slow, and so just a minor deduction there. But otherwise, well executed retrieve portion. The dog's a little confused about going on to the transport. We get way too many commands, so we were scoring that a 0 at that point anyway. But then once the dog does get into the transport, it does bite the decoy there, and so that's considered a 0. And then the recall and the sit on recall back were executed basically correctly. And then a little slow on the guard at the end, a good stay. But unfortunately, because of the bite and the transport, we had to score the whole routine to 0. But let's give it up for Fred and Musk, and hopefully we'll see them in the firework.
Unfortunately, a no pass there. Mike McMahon and Kai up next.
All right, our last competitor in the level 3 obedience, we have Mike McMahon and Canine Kai. Mike would like to say a big thank you to his wife Michelle, his kids Connor and Madison, his club Garden City Canine, and everyone in the canine section. Good luck, Mike.
Mike and Kai making their way to the first scenario. Kai's a big dog. He fits up there though. He's gonna head over to the hammock. This is the last PSA 3 obedience of the day.
Your biscuit, you knew how to get into a hammock. Your biscuit brings all the boys to the yard.
Food refusal 1. Food refusal 2. Kai is not even really looking at this food. And food refusal 3.
We need to add the gravy. Talked about this gravy.
You kind of skipped over.
What kind of sausage do you use? Your sweat is spicy.
Picking out some hairs.
Here comes the bear.
Oh, there's a bear. What the heck was that? Get out of here!
Kai's interested, looking around a little, but no break.
Oh, gosh, darn it! Help!
A little bit of quick looking from Kai, but he maintains his stay well. There's the recall whistle. And nice return.
I think if the dog would have gotten in that hammock, he would have I think that would have been the open weight limit on the hammock.
Mike bringing Kai over to the decoys. Next scenario.
I think he's taller than me.
Very big dog.
Big donkey.
Nice attention here. A little bit of crowding on the heeling, but dog's doing very well overall. Nice quick sit. Here's the whistle recall. Straight to heel. He's really big, but I think he probably could have gone faster. Kai into the wagon. around him. Everyone making their way down the first leg of the wagon pull. 4 decoys and a judge. The judge for the PSA 3s, obedience and protection, is Jerry Bradshaw. This is the last dog, Kai, trained and handled by Mike. This is actually a grandson to one of my dogs, Stuart. Was an IPO national champion, and he also held the highest score of the year for a PSA 1. I think that was in 2011. Kai's doing great. He did break the down, but it's the object here is staying in the wagon. The down is just an extra layer that the handlers are choosing to add in. Thank you to everyone who's joined us for this year's PSA Nationals in Dunbar, West Virginia. Starting to heat up, hoodies have come off. We are on the last PSA 3 dog. McMahon making his way down to where he will throw the box and then call the dog over the jump to retrieve the box and then do a change of positions while the box is in the dog's mouth is the goal before he finishes the retrieve. There's the box. Here comes the jump. Go over the... Oh, missed the retrieve item. He's told to sit. Oh, you're brought back the fish, or grabbed the fish. Mike helped him a little bit. Nice quick pickup. Kai also wanted the box out of his mouth to do the change of positions. Nice quick recall. Good stay there. And here come the remote transport decoys. Very nice transport by Kai. There's the whistle recall. Stop with the sit, very nice. And the finish of the recall. And guard on a seated decoy. Very nice. Just a little shifting there on Kai's part, but did maintain the down. That is the last PSA 3 obedience routine of the day. Kai and Mike McMahon. They'll make their way over to the critique area. Nice performance. Five teams were zeroed for a bite. The judge is just finishing up some math. And we will get the critique. We will have a quick break after this, and then the PSA 1 protection is going to be next. We have the critique and score for Kai and Mike coming up.
The level 1 protection, but right now let's give it up for our level 3 obedience decoys. We had Matt Taylor, Sean Thankachin, Jeremy Seepluck, and Adriana Harwood as the bear. And our judge, Jerry Bradshaw, and our steward, Sean Edwards.
All right, our final team in Level 3 obedience. We've got Mike with Kai. He's a little, well, let's start with the campfire. Well executed. Now I can give you all the point totals on everything so you can kind of get some idea of why the scores might have been what they are. So at the campfire, I judged only the food refusal and then the recall. Those are the only two things they're judged. So Mike brings his dog out, puts his dog on the platform. Food refusal was correct. The recall to the handler in the hammock was correct. So that's 5 points and 6 points. Then we go over and start to execute the healing. Overall in the healing, I'd like to see him get into the behavior a little cleaner and faster into attention. He kind of takes him a little bit to settle in, then he kind of settles into being attentive after that. 17.5 out of 20 overall. We do lose attention a few times throughout. The initial left turn going out, 1.5 out of 2. The right turn was correct. Fast, slow were correct. A slight foraging on the normal coming out of the slow, 2.5 out of 3. The about turn was slightly forged coming through, 1.5 out of 2. The left turn, next left turn was not judged. The sit in motion was 4 points. The recall to heel could be coming up just a little bit faster. That was a 4-point exercise. The sit in motion, a 3-point exercise. The retrieve, in this particular situation, we don't get the retrieve completed, right? So he comes over, he does grab the box, and then in the process of doing our changes, we don't get it. We get a stand command for the first change, which is not executed. He goes into the down. And then the second one could have been a little bit quicker and a little bit cleaner, 2.5 out of 3 there. So we do 0 the retrieve exercise. Then we move to the transport. Dog could go get a little faster into the transport, 6.5 out of 7. The recall back could be a little bit faster, 6 out of 7 there. The sit-on recall also could be a little bit faster there, 5 out of 6. The recall is completed, then we go to the guard. And again, he could be just a little faster to the decoy in the chair, but he does execute that correctly, 4.5 out of 5. So the guard, the decoy stands up. We do a disengage there. The down command is given for the disengage. The decoy starts to separate, and the stay there was judged. So as long as the dog stayed in position there, that was judged. The whole wagon thing coming all the way around, all the way back, it was not worth any points at all. It was just to see, but the dog got a little bit stressed out being away from the handler and so forth. But it did make my heart happy to watch all the handlers panic when their dog got out of the cart, right? So today, overall, a very nice performance. All the performances were really good today. I was very happy to see it. Today, 82.5 points, and we'll see you in the bye.
82.5 for Mike McMahon and Kai.
All right, let's keep it going for our final competitor, Mike and Kai. All right, we're going to start setting up the field for the level 1 protection. Go get yourself some food. Go shop the vendors. The barbecue is coming. Go buy yourself some raffle tickets. And we'll see you back here for level 1 protection soon.
Thanks a lot for joining us, guys. We will be back in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, it's Josh from Kirby K9. Everything we make is handmade. Working dog collars, gauntlets, clatter sticks, working leashes, Herm Springer products, Dogtra e-collars, Dakota 283 kennels, and we are the #1 dealer for bite suits from Demonet. This is hard gear for hard dogs.
now I'll rise above you.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Garderen, Director of Dog Training Education here at Kennelwood Academy for Professional Dog Trainers. Our mission is to develop the most sought-after dog trainers in the industry. Graduates from our program will go on to have amazing careers in everything from pet obedience to competition sports and even law enforcement. Our dog training curriculum, based on expert knowledge and experience, is the most advanced instruction in the nation. All Kennelwood Academy programs blend hands-on training and real-world application with traditional seminars and lectures. And it all takes place at our beautiful Kennelwood Academy campus that includes over 40 acres of scenic outdoor training areas, a 10,000 square foot indoor training hall, and a retriever pond. We even have on and off campus student housing so you can focus on the curriculum without worrying about the commute. Our 40-acre training campus allows us to seamlessly integrate classroom learning with hands-on experience. To start your own dog training journey, or if you have any questions, visit us online at kennelwoodacademy.com. I can't wait to meet you and to welcome you to the Kennelwood Dog Training family.
Same place you're coming on. Alright? Anybody use a harness? Okay, you'll give your collar to Kevin. Okay?
Andrew Galagos. Sean Thankachin. Why is nobody cheering? Come on, let's give it up for these guys. Sean Thankachin and Matt Taylor.
Alright everybody, welcome back. We are waiting for the protection for the level 1s to get started. Everyone is ready, we're just waiting on the handler and dog, as well as judge. It's getting warm. Everybody has switched to shorts and t-shirts.
Any questions for me?
Here comes Joe. What's up, Joe?
Well, I want to make sure I absorb all this sunscreen. You know, who would have thought this West Virginia sun would have been as
It got hot real quick.
intense as it has been, right?
It is.
So we have to protect our
Noggin.
our cell. Yeah. I don't have much natural coverage, right?
Same.
Don't worry about being a handsome young man or woman. Worry about being a handsome old man or woman, right?
Yeah. Interesting viewpoint.
A handsome woman. we love a handsome woman, right?
Yes. Sure.
You got lots of viewers.
Yeah.
Any questions
Picking back up.
from the?
We gotta cut the music when we do the walkthrough, otherwise
Yeah.
we can't have audio.
Yeah, hustle if you. Yeah. Okay, let me get back to work.
All right. That was Joe Parks, our PSA 1 judge. We did the obedience yesterday. Protection is coming up. Joe Parks did a lot of showing with his dog Moses, who is a German Shepherd, a big long-haired, I think he's a long-haired German Shepherd. Wind has picked up a lot as well. Probably here. It's also catching on my camera. It almost blew over earlier. The actual entrance, I'll pan over there, also blew over. It's one of those giant metal ones right there behind that green tent. It's catching on those banners that are hanging on it, and it just blew right over. Almost hit a car. Alright, we are still just waiting for the first dog. Decoys are in place. There's a lot of wind. Alright, bear with the wiggling. I gotta hold the tripod down while we film here. This will be Tracy and Ace. They got
All right, here we go.
61 and a
Level
half.
1 protection. First up, we have Tracy, Nelson, and Canine Ace. Fun fact about Ace, he likes to get ready with Tracy in the morning. He likes to brush his teeth and get blow dried even though he isn't wet. Good luck, Tracy.
The music is finally off. This is your dog Ace to the starting cone. He's doing a little talking back, just trying to get his attention. Stopping, moving back and forth, switching directions. All that tends to get a dog to look back at you. Lots of talking back from Ace. Sorry about the windy. The wind is really moving the camera around a lot. I got a lot of stuff on top of my camera, antennas and whatnot to help our signal. It's making it really hard. Stay stable. A little bit hard of a time getting him under control. And we're off. He's looking out ahead for the decoy. Leash is not tight, so that's good. He's way out ahead, so we kind of had to call him back. A lot of bumping and stuff here. He's trying to find his own way of where he's going. He's looking under the car. The collar will go on for safety. That leash will get put onto the ring on that big collar to hold the dog back. And then the leash is also attached to the live ring of the choke chain or fur saver. So the leash is attached to both for safety. Once that gets done, Stuart will check it visually and then tell the team to get in the car. This dog really knows what he's doing, yeah, so I was going to say barking shouldn't be an issue. advertisement for you, Paul. You got 1995 in town. Two commands to out there. Looks like it's an out after the second command. Second down command, although this is not part of the routine, that second command won't get judged. Even on a tripod, believe it or not. All right, we have made Ace to the next cone. We are ready to start the next scenario. This is going to be the attack on Handler. She will heel forward and she will get charged by a decoy from behind some boxes. In a window frame, window jump that has been wrapped in a tarp. You'll see it. The wind has already blown over most of the boxes, but luckily there's a window jump there as well. See, half of them already blown down. She gets to the cone. Very nice, right into the grip. Good catch. Drive. This is going to be hard for the out because of all those hands. So, second out. Every time the dog re-grips and shakes, it's getting feedback from those cans. It makes this out incredibly hard. Especially if the dog already has an out issue and you out him off of a decoy that has cans in the hand that the dog is letting go of. You got noise to deal with and feedback, positive feedback to the dog as they shake and rebite. It can get hard to manage when you don't have the regular tools and training stuff available. Tracy is making her way with Ace back to the starting cone, and the leash is due to come off here. Joe is checking in with her to make sure she is ready for and wants to do that, because there's a lot of tight leash here, and if we assume that every time the leash is tight the dog would be gone, here is the PSA 1 courage test. Here comes Jake. There's the back toss and the hit. Nice transition and drive. And quick out and return. Blew by her a little bit, so kind of taking his time getting back to her. But that out and the response to the command was great. He's just not really making it a priority to get back to her. Don't look at me. Sometimes dogs look at me like, what's this camera thing doing out here? Some dogs don't even notice I'm here. one. This is the no surprise scenario. Double checking which cone she needs to go to. It's going to be straight, then she's going to do a left turn. There because he's not really paying attention. Slow to halt and had to come back because he's not paying attention. Now he should stay there while she goes beyond the jump. Ton of movement there, just moving to a different spot. Should go over the jump. He skipped the jump and just came straight to heel.
Send your dog to the decoy that was previously sitting in the chair for a bite.
Now we should send a bite. Massive. Nice catch and drive by Sean. And there's the recall. Nice and quick. He comes back, he responds really quick to the command. He comes back fast, but his execution of getting into heel position is just very slow. Does a lot of circling. That is our first handler, Tracy and Ace. The PSA 1 protection. Stand by for the critique from Joe Parks.
Let's give Tracy and Ace a big round of applause. She's actually going to be retiring him. So this is his final showing. So if everybody could give her a big round of applause and let him go out on a high note.
Ace is retired.
Yes.
Crowd is waiting for the judge. Interested to see what the score is going to be. There's Joe working out the score. That is the steward, Kevin. The wall of boxes is being rebuilt as we speak. Looks like they're taking a different approach to construction. Some holes for wind to pass through. The next dog in handling up are Zoe and Lumi. I think that's how you say it. And as a reminder, Tracy and Ace got a 61.5 in obedience. Zoe and Lumi got a 67.5. Joe checking and double checking his math. Alright, here we go. Joe making his way over to Judge Joe Marks.
Austin Avery and Canine Thor. Fun fact about Thor, his best friend is a Chiweenie named Chick. Good luck, Austin!
Alright, I know we didn't hear the critique there because Joe didn't use the microphone, so we will move for the next one or see if we can get him to use the mic. PSA 1 protection routine, second one of the day. Not much attention here, so we're resulting in some bumping and other little mistakes. Collar is getting put on. These dogs already know that the helper is back there behind the truck because they walk between the truck and the fence. And there's a decoy. You can see his foot sitting back there behind the tire. Back passenger side. Alright. Into the car. Oh. Missed jump. Nice quick barking. Second command to out. And we got the out on the second command. Very nice barking. Lots of barking. Collar came off. Now he'll make his way to the next cone for the attack on handler.
Alright, Andrew, I'm going to move to a better vantage point. But you are going to be healing in a straight line from that cone to that far cone over there, diagonal. Alright? Once you hear or see the decoy, send your dog and you stay there.
He's getting some last second instructions. Stewart told him to send the dog as soon as he sees or hears the decoy. He's walking in a straight line, kind of diagonal towards the wall. See John back there. And doggy runs. Bite in almost the crotch, but high upper right side, left side. Did come back on the first command, was a little bit slow to out. Those cans make it a little more difficult. PSA 1 courage test. Decoys use a bag to try to send the dog off course or affect their entry. Can't hit the dog with the bag. It's intended to try to make them slow their entry down or change their entry, which in turn will affect the dog's strike points, as well as entry, potentially other things.
Get out of here!
Very nice catch by Jake. Same place, very high up. Oh, that looks off center. Kind of do a quick second take and see where the handler was, but made his way back. Here's the surprise scenario. Handlers don't know which scenario they're going to get until they get here. Making a way to the left turn. Bump there. Where the stay in motion is going to happen, or halt.
Down.
Oh, got up. Extra command. And laid back down. Supposed to go over the jump, but he was way too close to it to execute. Passive bite. Second command is to redirect him back to the right spot.
Exercise complete. Attach your leash. And head to the critique area.
Let's hear it for Austin and Thor. All right, in our healing, we do have some extra commands given there. You notice it's very long. This is nationals. All right, we Sybil very nicely, okay? The dog is even angry, is my notes here. Defense, he knows exactly what time it is. Gunfire, 0 problems. The grip in the car, it is a touch shallow, and we do take 2 commands to get the dog to come off. The dog does, but we stay very focused on the bad guy. 41 out of 50, and that is passing that scenario. Our handler attack from hiding in the healing. Again, he thought I couldn't hear him, but I did hear those extra healing commands in there. Defense is correct. Directly to the bad guy, fast, good, nice hit, stays in the drive. Very full grip in this attack on handler. Correct release, but we do not demonstrate a guard, so we take quite a hit. But I'm at a 39.5 out of 50, and that is passing that scenario. Our courage test, very fast send, distraction was no issue, stays right on line, nice strike. Grip is very full. Drive, not an issue. I think this is about consistent with his attack on handler as far as the grip goes. Quick release, and we do get loose on our return, and it takes an extra command to get him in, but I'm at a 60 out of 70, and that is passing with distinction. Okay, our surprise scenario. Healing is, he's with him, but I would just like to see more attention. All right, we have to maintain the stay, and he breaks the stay, so our stay points are not demonstrated. And then we anticipate the recall. So he takes a hit there. We don't demonstrate the obstacle because he's right up on it and didn't really know what to do, so we 0 that as well. When it gets to him, the send is good, grip is good, the release is performed, and it does take 2 commands to get him to come back into heal position. But with things unraveling toward the beginning, we are shy on passing the surprise scenario. Give it up. Let's hear it for this team, Austin and Thor.
Unfortunately, no pass for Austin and Thor.
Can I get a water?
She is half the side of her littermate range.
Josh
Good luck,
Knowlton
Josh.
and Rue. First leg of healing towards the truck coming up. Remember, there's a suited decoy sitting down on the back driver's side, or the back passenger side, I should say, right there. The agitation collar will get put on. The leash for this scenario is always hooked to the agitation collar and the live ring of the choke, or the fur saver, whichever one you're using. Alright, he's in the car. He's not barking yet. There we go, one bark. Wind's picking up a little bit. Very little barking. I think he only barked one time, but did look like he bit immediately. Got an out on the first command. Leash is getting switched to the dead ring of the fur saver. On the handler is next, so he'll make his way to the next cone. He's going to heel forward and send his dog as soon as he hears or sees the decoy. For his cue to go.
Hello, you ready? Forward! Okay.
Quite a bit of forging there in the beginning. He's kind of losing attention. Dog. Looks like he was a little shallow in the beginning, but he got full. Out was nice and quick. Extra command for the disengage and the heel. And Josh is going to make his way all the way back down here. Jake. Getting the bag ready. PSA 1 courage test is right along the spectator line. As soon as the decoy moves or yells, the dog can get sent. Nice catch by Jake. Good drive, stick hits. Dog doing well. Rebite. Fuller. Nice quick disengage. But second guesses the recall command. We need a second one to get to the position. heel forward, turn left, halt, leave your dog. Go beyond the jump. Recall your dog over the jump. And send the dog to the decoy that was seated. A little bumping there. Slow to lay down, his elbows just now hit. So this should be over the jump, not around it. Decoys shifted.
Recall your dog over the jump, take heel. OPA!
Dog should go over the jump, skip the jump. Second command to get to heel.
Now you're going to send your dog for a bite on Sean.
Here's the passive bite. Very nice. Oh, let go and re-engaged.
Out! OPA! Exercise complete, head to the critique area. OPA.
She did pop off there on that last drive by Sean. She came in for the bite knife. She hit good well. I don't think that she was really full. It was hard to tell though. And then she popped off in the drive, either at the transition or right in the drive. So we'll listen for what the judge says. Judge Joe Parks.
Test in our civil, Josh and Rue. We have some, what I would consider some good healing leading up to this. We might have heard an extra, but I would call it good. On our civil, we are delayed. I would like to see a little more anger in the civil inside the car to start off, but she of course figures it out. Nice defense, gunfire is zero problem. Grip is mostly full. We do have a very quick release. In my notes here, the dog maintains what I consider excellent focus on the bad guy. I'm at a 43.5 out of 50, and that is passing with distinction. Our handler attack from hiding. Here's where I hear, and in my notes, I hear some extra commands. You notice it's a long stretch of healing. There are, yes, I dinged ya. Dog does come to his defense. Drive is very nice. Grip again is mostly full. Could be more full. We have a very quick release, and the dog. Okay, and the dog does a nice guard in the attack from hiding. I'm at a 43.5 out of 50, and that is also passing with distinction. I want you to work on that healing. Courage test with distraction. Send is nice and quick. Distraction, notice we are parallel with this foul line. I can watch the dog's lines, no problem. Good strike, better grip in this one. drive is very nice. We do have a quick release, but it does take some extra commands, of course, to get the dog back to Josh. And Josh, I'm telling him to give another command to keep me safe, but I think I was okay. But I'm at a 60 out of 70, and that is also passing with distinction. Our surprise. Okay, healing on this one I have written down as nice. Okay, you do give an extra command on the stay. You give an extra command on the stay. The dog does maintain it. All right. You also have to give an extra command on the recall, and we blow our obstacle, so we zero that. Send is pretty quick. Okay. In the drive, we do have a quick pop off, but comes back in, so our grip suffers. We do have a quick release, and the return is better on this one. With the zeroing of the obstacle, Josh, we're just shy of passing that one. Okay? Give it up, guys. Great performance. Let's hear it for Josh and Rue.
Next, we have Victoria Buelo and Canine Bowie. Fun fact about Bowie, his commands are in Portuguese to honor her late Vovo and heritage from the Azores. Good luck, Victoria.
Alright, we have gotten to the start cone. We are getting our final instructions from the steward, Kevin Godey. Kevin Godey is a professional dog trainer for Kennelwood Pet Resorts. He also breeds German Shepherds. Godey Haas German Shepherds. Position is pretty good for the most part, but there's really almost no attention. Attention is not required into the PDC, but it is in the 1, the 2s, and the other levels. Alright, she has put her equipment on. She's gonna get the dog into the car. Very bright handle on that collar. Decoy's going to pop up from behind the back wheel. Couple of commands there to start barking. Still no barking with the decoy's movement. Two gunshots. Release command. And no post barking either. He's looking at us. If a dog comes running over here and the camera falls over, you'll know why. Just getting him ready for the attack on handler. He's already looking down. He hears the cans. The cans are not quiet right now because of the wind. It's still pretty windy. Probably hear it in the mic. Alright, here we go. Stewart is on his way.
Handler, are you ready? Forward.
Thumbs up. Dog's looking down. Where am I going? He knows he's gonna bite. Just who? Send as soon as you can see or hear the decoy. There's the wall. Definitely got a little diverted off his course. Affected his entry and his strike. Also affected his grip. And he came back instead of guarding. He was turned around when John came out, and it really affected everything that happened afterwards. He was kind of slow to come to recognize that he was being attacked, so that put John right on top of him by the time he was turned around. Didn't allow him to gain any speed. He had to re-gauge his entry, so it ended up turning into an S instead of a straight line. And then that prevented him from getting a nice full bite and hitting hard. Things just start to pile on top of each other. When one thing goes wrong, it really starts a chain reaction. Alright, here we go. Jake is bag in hand.
Handler, are you ready? Hey, get out of here! Ah, get that dog out! Ah, get out! Get!
Very nice catch.
Get! Breathe up!
Dog is like on the jacket and the crotch at the same time. Second guessed the recall. And I think I may have even heard a third command to get into the sits. Problem because he's about to get recalled to heel over this jump. Definitely getting warm out here. His tongue's hanging out. Everyone's in shorts now. There's no more hoodies. Kind of paying attention to the decoys and stuff maybe a little bit of handler help with that down. She really leaned in. But for that jump, got some dogs going around it today. This should be an obvious jump to a dog. The one yesterday and the one obedience was definitely hard. Oh, the decoy that is over there is drawing them past the jump. Not totally full there, but very nice quick disengage. Sean, everyone on the internet says you have the best suit. The internet has spoken. Alright, we are making our way to the critique. Joe Parks will give us the score and the critique momentarily. Stand by. All right, we had to cut away from commercial so you guys could see this. This is the carjacking decoy in the bear costume. All right, here is Joe Parks.
All right, Tori and Bowie. In the healing leading up to the car, Tori, I want to see more attention, and that's an opportunity for improvement for sure. On our civil, we are delayed going into the defense mode, all right? Does come to your defense very nicely, gunfire no problem, pretty full grip, all right? We have a fast release, and we do maintain focus once the release happens. I'm at a 40.5 out of 50, and that is passing that scenario. I'll skip the handler attack for now and come back to it. Courage test. Fast send, distraction is no problem. Strike. Strike is decent, but on our grip, we kind of get the bottom of the code, and we're pretty shallow on the grip. But on there, takes the drive serviceably. Quick release, but we're loose on that return. Could be quicker, more direct back to you. But I'm at a 57 out of 70, that is passing that scenario. All right, going to our handler attack from hiding. All right, healing, that's a long stretch. All right, it's getting loose. Fatigue is setting in. That's an opportunity for improvement. It does come to your defense. Drive is taken okay. Again, we're shallow on the grip on this one. We have a quick release, but we don't maintain a guard. Okay, we'll come back to you. So when I add things up, I am shy at a 35.5 on that. So it's not quite passing that scenario. Our surprise. Okay, healing's a bit better as we come off leash. We do maintain the stay. We demonstrate that nicely. On the wrinkle, we go to the wrong guy. Okay, and it takes some, he's not thinking to come to you. So that really takes a hit, all right? And we also zero our obstacle, okay? You do reel him back in. You do send him to the right person now. We have a good grip, but an extra command needed on that return back to you. So on a surprise, we're also just shy of passing that one too. All right, but a respectable showing got us here from Tori and Bowie.
Tori and Bowie just shy of passing the PSA 1 protection. Just a reminder that
and tracking before getting involved in PSA. Good luck, Chris.
All right. PSA 1 protection coming up. Right side healing. PSA allows healing on either side. Left is standard. And we're off. Bump in there with the leg. Good attention though. Past the decoy right there. Around the front of the car. Put the agitation collar on. Into the car for the first bite scenario. Carjacking. The gun. Two shots. Into the car. Ideally the dog starts barking right away. A lot of dogs just get so amped that they don't. Got a little bit of barking here. He's just not sure where the guy is, even though I just passed him. Oh, there he is. Lots of wind. Big shake after the out command. Send the dog as soon as they see or hear the decoy. It's going to happen right around that cone that's coming up. Nice catch. Nice drop. drive, not totally full, getting full there. Nice quick out, especially with those cans. And all the way back to the original cone. Well, not the original cone, the cone he just left. Test. The bag. The bag is not intended to hit the dog, it's meant to send the dog off course so that they can't strike the decoy as hard and not get all the points. Just pointing the dog downfield where he's going to send him.
Get him out!
Nice catch and drive.
Out and recall.
It's full too. Very quick out and recall. A little bit of bump.
Exercise complete. We're gonna head down to the original start.
Now we're headed back to the original start cone for the surprise scenario. That's if the dog is on the right in this case. Or sorry, if the dog's on the left. In this case, the dog's on the right. If he was watching the decoys, there's quite a bit of bumping throughout the rest of it. Very nice. Very fast. Out and recall. The crowd loved that. Very nice performance.
All right. Starting off with the car, I like how this team is walking with a sense of purpose. This handler knows that's the best speed, and he maintains some very nice attention in that healing. We're delayed in our civil response. He's looking out the driver's window, looking at the front. I'd like to see that improved upon. But we do show defense when the time comes. It is excellent. Gunfire, also excellent. Grip in the car, though, is on the shallow side, but we do have a very quick release, and we maintain excellent focus after the release. I'm at a 44 out of 50, and that is passing with distinction. Our handler attack from hiding. Okay, we're walking with a sense of purpose. I'd like to see the bumpiness eliminated. but he does maintain focus. Comes to your defense, very nice. Drive, I have nothing to really nitpick on this. This is very nice. 46.5 out of 50, and that is with highest distinction. Our courage test. I ain't got much to say, okay? I'm at a 67.5 out of 70, and that is with highest distinction. My notes on the surprise scenario. This is a demonstration of clarity. Very nice. I'm at a 47 out of 50, and that is with highest distinction. Give it up, guys. Chris and Murphy.
All right, up next in the level ones, we have Emma Murdoch and Canine Riggins. Fun fact about Riggins, he was a throwaway Mally that was living in someone's backyard, and his name was originally Chester. Good luck, Emma!
Tying the shoe real quick. Nice healing on the way to the car. quick barking. There's the decoy. Whole truck is shaking. Second gunshot. Looks like a quick out. Good barking post bite. Just switching the leash. And we'll set up for the attack on handler. Getting last minute instructions exactly where to heel.
Handler, are you ready? Forward!
Nice healing picture. Wall. Good catch, good drive. Looked full. Second command, and we got out on the second command. Off.
Are you ready?
Hey, get the dog at him! Hey, get him out! Hey, get him out!
Good hit. Good catch. Can't see if he's full. He re-grabbed, so I don't think he was totally full. Nice quick return to heel and straight. Back to the very first cone for the surprise scenario. A lot of dogs on this surprise scenario have been going around the jump to the decoy instead of going over the jump to heel position. It's a mandatory recall to heel. I'm not looking at the decoy, so... Oh, he still went around, though.
I need you to send your dog for a bite.
Passive bite. Very nice. Little shallow there. A couple of checks to see where he's supposed to go. Very nice. Let's wait for the judge's critique and score. It's completely overcast now.
All right, while we're waiting for the critique, I just wanted to remind everybody, so the barbecue, you go and, I was told to, that you go to the raffle table to get your barbecue, to order it. You get your ticket, and then we'll either bring the food down to you, or you can go up inside the press box to go and get it. But that's where the barbecue lunch is, if you're looking for it. Also, the barbecue lunch is out of potatoes and green beans, but they still have the pulled pork sandwiches and the potato chips. So, enjoy.
Here's the scoreboard.
Pretty full grip, nice release, and nice focus on post-release. I'm at a 47 out of 50, and that is with highest distinction. Our handler attack from hiding. Again, healing, we show a level of dialed in together. Defense comes right away. All right, drive is excellent. Grip could be a bit more full. All right, we do take 2 commands on the release, but we perform a very nice guard after the release. I'm at a 46 out of 50, and that is also with highest distinction. Our courage test. Fatigue is now setting in. We do have some cloud cover, so the setting could be a bit quicker. Distraction is no problem. Good strike. Grip is better in this courage test. Drive, no problem. On our release and return. So we're now developing a habit. I would like to see more concise commands on that. I don't want you to elongate those, but I'm at a 61 out of 70, and that is passing with distinction. Okay, our surprise. Healing is correct. The stay, I did deduct a tiny bit because you're looking back to him as you're walking away. But he does perform a nice stay. The recall is wide, and we blow the obstacle, zeroing that. You get him into heal. He does go, you direct him on the right person. Grip is pretty good. Now we get into our release and return. Again, so we're following our common theme. Quicker, more concise on our commands, okay? And we do come back a little bit wide, but I'm at a 39 out of 50, and that is passing that scenario. Pass and obedience, passing all 4 again. They received their 3rd leg in the PSA 1. Emma and Riggins.
Emma and Riggins. Very nice performance.
All right, up next we have Tyler Peterson and Canine Lexi. Fun fact about Lexi, Tyler bought her off Craigslist, and she's been the best dog he can ask for in sports. She is always at the top in every competition they enter, and she strives to give him her all and thrives to work, even though she's the one least expected to. Good luck, Tyler.
Nice attention, attitude, and position. Quick turn caused a bump there.
Go ahead and grab your agitation collar, put your agitation collar on.
Alright, he's all collared up.
Come on again. Sit.
barking. Good parking. Pre-bite. Gun is jammed. There should have been 2 gunshots there, but the gun jammed. So there was no shots. Some quick pace changes, trying to get the dog's attention back on him, off of me. Just trying to direct his dog downfield. Still kind of checking in with us over here. There's the thumbs up. Heeling forward. Leash is kind of tight. She's moving away. You have to kind of hold her back there with the leash. Came in kind of shallow and didn't hit very hard. Setting up for the courage test.
Mulligan!
Emily, are you ready?
Hey, get it out! Get it out of here! Get it out! Get it out!
Nice catch by Jake. Dog's very shallow.
Freeze up! Out and recall.
Gripping there. Oh. She almost went back for another bite. Very nice.
Exercise complete. Head to the original start cone down by the down there.
Lexi Mulligan.
Surprise scenario is left.
Lexi Mulligan.
Just waiting for the go. Lexi's starting to get a little bit loose. Starting to look at Kevin a lot and the other decoys. With how hard she's looking at them, the chance that she's going to go around this jump is pretty high. went around the jump on our side. Most of the dogs have been going the other way. Passive bite on Sean. Same thing, not completely full.
Lexi Flanagan! Flanagan!
He thought about coming back and taking another bite again, but came back with a second command. Tyler and Lexi completing the PSA 1 protection. Judge Joe Parks making his way to the critique area. And we'll get the score and critique for Tyler and Lexi.
All right. In the car, I do catch an extra heel command in there, but it's nice. We're very quick coming into the defensive side of things. I have not much to critique you inside the car, but I'm at a 45 out of 50, and that is passing that with highest distinction. Our handler attack from hiding. After the car, our healing gets quite loosened up, right? Opportunity for improvement, I would say. Comes to your defense, takes the drive. Our grip, she's gripping very low. Could be more full. We do have a quick release, but we get a touch dirty in the guard. I'd like to see that cleaned up a bit. I'm at a 39 out of 50, and that is passing that scenario. Our courage test with distraction. Fast send, no problem with the distraction itself. Strike is pretty good. The grip, again, could be more full. Drive, no problem. Release is quick. We do get wide on the return. But I'm at a 57.5 out of 70, and that is passing that scenario. Our surprise. Okay, so our healing now is, she's amped. Our healing is way looser than I know Tyler knows it should be. We do give an extra stay command. The recall is quick, but it's indirect around the obstacle, and our obstacle is not demonstrated. All right. You get her in, you direct to the correct person. Our grip is better on this one, but could just be more full. We get a bit long-winded on our verbiage to out her and take an extra command on the return back to you. And Tyler, I'm a 1.5 shy of passing that scenario, but a very solid showing. Guys, give it up for Tyler and Lexi.
Tyler and Lexi
All right, up next we have Chris Smith and Canine Ghost. Fun fact about Ghost, he looks just like Toothless the Dragon and is just as goofy. Good luck, Chris.
Making the way to the car, around the car. Healing is pretty consistent. Should probably have a little more attitude. Good flat. Ideally, barking starts immediately. There we go. Decoy is getting up. Looks like part of the gun just came apart. Gun still isn't working. Time for a new gun. Alright, healing on the way to the cone for the attack on handler. It's going to be a long healing stretch. Handler can send the dog as soon as they see or hear the decoy.
Second. Forward.
Coming up on the cone there. There's the attack. Good catch and drive. A little rebiting and shaking after the first out. Stewart had the ability or the chance to say out and guard a second time, but the handler did not. So it was definitely a slow out, but it did happen after the first command, and the second command didn't get out yet. Heel all the way back. Set up for the courage test. PSA 1 courage test with the bag toss.
Get into a better vantage point.
Directing his dog downfield. Fast. Good catch. Nice transition and drive.
Out recall.
A little extra shaking there, but a quick out, but there's no recall. Second command for the recall.
Exercise complete. Pressure
the go to start the surprise scenario.
left turn.
It's a little bit of lagging there. He looks nice and full there. First whistle. A little bit slow to let go and come back, but he did it on the first whistle. And bumped. All right, Joe is making his way over for the critique and score.
Keep it going. Let's hear it for Christopher and Ghost. All right, with our car. Healing is pretty dialed. Chris, I want you to give more leash. I think that would benefit you. And we do have a bit of eye diversion on that healing. Sybil is very quick, and the dog is clearly understanding. Our gunfire. We do have a malfunction. That was the second time. When you have a mechanical device, you are back. A little bit due to feet on. It's not ideal. It's not the end of the world. It's a nice picture, but I think if you're going to keep feet on, keep it on the whole time or go into sitting. But I'm at a 44.5 out of 50, and that is passing with distinction. Our courage test. Fatigue is now setting in. Our send could be quicker. I have very little to critique on this, aside from the fact it does take the 2 commands on the return. Okay, so we are deducted there, but we still gives us a 59.5 out of 70, and that is passing with distinction. Our surprise. Okay, our healing is loosening up a bit. All right, we have more eye diversion. We maintain a correct stay. Our recall is pretty quick. Obstacle is performed as it should be. Send is very nice. All right, grip could be a bit more full. With the heat now, our release and return could be sped up a bit, but solid routine, giving me a 43 out of 50, and that is also passing with distinction. Very solid performance, guys. Passing obedience in all 4 with at least distinction. Let's hear it one more time. Christopher and Ghost.
Very nice performance by Christopher and Ghost.
Up next, in the level 1s, we have Kiana Garcia and Kiana and Riker. Fun fact about Riker, he is a rescue from Chula Vista Animal Shelter in California and has been affectionately nicknamed Trash Puppy. Good luck, Kiana!
Nice healing there, headed towards the car. She's moving. Walking fast can kind of help keep the dog attention on you. Collar's getting put on. Leash getting hooked up to both. Since the dog is dealing with a decoy that is not in a full suit, this extra layer of protection. Alright, here we go. Door closes. Dog should start barking. Good barking there. 2 shots. Out on the first command. It was a little bit slow, but we don't have the greatest vantage point. Equipment will come off, and we will set up for the attack on Handler. Getting the instructions from Kevin.
Emma, are you ready? Forward.
Thumbs up. And we're off. Oh. Try to go to that cone or around it or something. Here we go. Big regrip there. Kind of almost let go and regripped a little bit farther down.
Exercise complete. Head back to the original zone we just started at.
Hurrying back to the cone they just came from for the PSA 1 courage test.
Emma, are you ready?
The thumbs up, and we're off. Nice and fast turn. Good catch. Reset.
Freeze up! Out, recall.
Very full. Nice out and recall. Little bump, but very straight.
Exercise complete. We're gonna head to this cone down here.
It's already eyeing the 2 new decoys that just came out. Just getting a little bit looser on this healing. It's really paying attention to those other decoys. Over the jump. There we go, very nice. Into heel position. And a passive bite. Very nice. A little regripping there. Nice quick out and recall. Crowd goes wild, very nice. The 2022 Nationals. A lot of wind.
Test, test. Let's hear it, guys. Kiana and Riker. All right. Healing up. First healing exercise, we're very dialed. All right. Nice. Sybil is very quick and right into that mode. Defense is nice. Gunfire, no problem. Grip could have been a bit more full. And on a release, we get a touch dirty in there. Take another bite for his money's worth. But we have excellent focus afterward with the attention, giving us a 44 out of 50, and that is passing with distinction. Let her have it. Our handler attack from hiding. All right. Our healing now, it's loosening a bit, and we go tight line as he's in an amped mindset right now. Comes to your defense. Excellent exercise. Drive is very nice. Grip is very full on this. Quick release, and we have an excellent guard, maintaining focus, Cleanliness, very much what I want to see, giving us a 44.5 out of 50, and that is passing with distinction. Our courage test. Fatigue is now setting in. You watch this dog's tongue. He is tired. Send could have been a bit quicker. Distraction, no problem. Beautiful strike. You heard the oohs and the ahs. Nice, maintains grip. It transfers over into the drive, no problem. Very quick release and just a touch slow on that return. But I've got a 65 out of 70, and that is passing with highest distinction. Our surprise. Now we've got some mental fatigue kicking in here, and it shows in the healing. It gets a bit loose. We maintain a proper stay. Recall is quick. We do have just a toenail clip on the obstacle. Send is good. Okay. We have an even better grip. We have a quick release, but our return speed could be a bit quicker. But I'm going to 41.5 out of 50, and that is passing that scenario. Earning her third leg of the PSA 1. Guys, let's hear it. One more time. Kiana and Riker.
Kiana and Riker earning their third leg of their PSA 1. Nice performance.
All right, up next, once again, we have Tyler Peterson, and this time with Canine Creature. Fun fact about Creature, she is all about playing until it's time to work. She loves to jump into Tyler's arms on command and flies into it like a linebacker hitting the running back. Good luck, Tyler.
Alright, Tyler and his second dog. First leg of healing towards the car. Dog is excited. Little head down to check out the decoy. Collar will go on. All right, into the car. Quick bark in, very nice. Door hadn't even closed yet. 2 shots. Big shake after that out command, but did let go on the first command. Off, and we are headed to the start cone.
Emma, are you ready? Forward. Mulligan.
Here we go, healing towards the attack on handler. Making their way towards the wall. Good attention and stuff here. Here comes the wall. Nice hit and catch. I don't think he was totally full because I think he did re-grip there. Nice quick out though. Regaining some control on his way back to the start cone.
Mulligan.
Downfield. Slowed up a little bit. A lot of growling there.
Out recall.
It's a Mulligan.
Nice quick out and recall.
Exercise complete. We're going to head down to our original start
Tons of wind. Surprise scenario. The biggest problem with this surprise scenario has been dogs have been wanting to go around the jump towards the decoy instead of over the jump to heel position. Let's see how Creature handles this. Very quick down there. Creature was confused with up and off, I think.
Stun.
Lots of growling again.
Creature, fall again!
Very quick out,
Fall again!
but definitely going
Fall again!
to the Stewart, Kevin. Took a couple of extra commands to get him, to Tyler. This does tend to happen more often than you would think. Dogs are just not really thinking, they're just running to where they think the handler is, and they're not really actually looking at who they're going to. Typically tend to see this almost at every trial.
Let's hear it, guys. Tyler and Creature. All right, with our car. I do catch an extra command in that healing, and this is a, trust me, this is a long healing for the car. We'll make him earn it today. Sybil is immediate. Exactly what I want to see. Comes to your defense, gunfire, no problem. Grip could be a touch more full, and the release is just a touch slow, but we maintain excellent focus after the release, giving us a 46 out of 50, and that is with highest distinction. Our handler attack from hiding. Okay, our healing. All right, we do go tight line as things, you know, begin to unravel toward the end of that long healing, okay? But he does come to your defense, drive, no problem. Grip, release, guard. Excellent, all right? Giving us a 44 out of 50, and that is passing with distinction. Our courage test. I have very little to critique on this one, okay? I would like to see the growliness eliminated during the drive, but I'm looking at a 64.5 out of 70, and that is the highest distinction. Okay, our surprise scenario. Our healing, we have mental fatigue kicking in right now, so we've got a lot of eye diversion, not as dialed in on this healing. We do maintain a proper stay. Now we run into some problems. So we take 3 commands to recall. There's some confusion going on. She's thinking, does Dad want me to down? What am I to do here? So our recall really suffers. We don't demonstrate the obstacle, and that had to be scored a 0. When we get to the biting, we're performed very nicely. Nice send, grip, the release, and we decide that Kevin is Dad. There's a little more confusion going on. So we are shy on passing that scenario, but a very nice showing all in all. One more time, guys, let's hear it for Tyler and Creature.
He thought I was his daddy.
we have Sarah Slater and Canine Link. Fun fact about Link, he recently joined Sarah for a miles on foot competition where they covered 60 miles in 6 days. On the last day, they went to club where he was just as energetic as always. Good luck, Sarah!
Thumbs up to go, and we're headed down the first stretch of healing to get to the car. Nice healing picture. Slip there. It's kind of sniffing the seats and stuff, it looks like. Should be barking. There we go. 2 gunshots. Here comes the out. Nice quick out, clean. There's no post barking. Definitely interested, just paying attention. Oh, there we got a little bark there. Lots of barking there. Just getting his attention on her. bite was not full on the initial hit. The hit was hard. Catch was good. Drive was good. Just might get pointed on a little bit of a shallower grip. Very nice healing picture though. As they make their way back down to the starting cone for the PSA 1 courage test, which includes the bag and a full suited decoy. He's already kind of making his way. Not sure where he's gonna go. There we go, I think he spotted him. Oh, jump of the gun. Oh, he went on his own. Oh, there we go. Went on his own, but got called back. Nice catch.
Out, Rico!
Rico PSA!
Exercise. Just down your dog for a second. Sarah. There you go. Exercise complete. Just get my decoy time to get out of the field.
Very fast. He's all go. He's gonna have a hard time with this. Once the decoys move when he's sitting or when he's in a position, he's already getting a lot of draw to these decoys. He's probably going to want to go around. He's going to need a really strong jump. She's trying to get as much control or as much focus on herself as she can get.
Left turn. And halt. Leave your dog. Head to the next cone.
Starting to shift a little bit forward. Once these decoys move,
Decoys move.
it's a little hard for him.
Recall your dog.
Now he needs to go over the jump. Very nice. Very nice.
Send your dog. And the decoy is blue. Freeze it! Out and recall.
Rico PSA! PSA!
He's also a little confused as to where to go. Second command got him there. Very nice dog. Here comes Joe.
Let's hear it, guys. Sarah and Link. All right. Starting off with the carjacking, you can tell we are connected in our healing. In the civil, there's a delay. All right, and we're smelling the sea. It's a strange vehicle, strange smells. I'd like to see that aggression a bit earlier. All right, our coming to your defense is very good. Gunfire is excellent. Grip is very good. Release is also very good. Attention post-release could be better. Okay, there's a bit of looking around. You got to give them a command there. But I'm at a 43 out of 50, and that is passing with distinction. Our handler attack from hiding. We begin just a touch barky, but we settle into a very nice healing. Defense, drive, grip, release, guard, all what I consider excellent. Okay, giving us a 47 out of 50, and that is passing with highest distinction. Our courage test. Okay. Link is amped early on, and our leash is removed, so we have some control issues going on, and we have some dog manipulation going on. So we really affect our send, and I also took, because of that, I took a little off your distraction. All right. Strike is good. Grip, drive, release. We're a bit wide on the return, but when I add it up, I'm at a 58.5, and that is passing that scenario. Our surprise. Now in this one, our healing, you can tell that they're connected, but we do get just a bit loose at the very end. Stay, recall, obstacle, performed, excellent. Send, very nice. Grip, could be a touch more full. We have a clean release, but we get loose on our return. Much more than I'd like to see, but I'm at a 44.5 out of 50, and that is passing with distinction. Earning her 4th leg, PSA 1. Guys, let's hear it for Sarah and Link.
Very nice routine. Easily has the PSA 1 with a 4th leg now. Very nice dog.
Up next, in the level 1s, we have Blair Lowe and Kiana and Zira. Fun fact about Zira, she is the daughter of PSA 3 champion Danny, owned by Janet Edwards. Rest in peace, Danny. Good luck, Blair.
Nice healing on this dog so far on the walk up. Very nice healing. Starting to get a little sprinkles here. Screaming, that's very nice. Good civil response. Wind really picked up. Again. Alright, we're getting lined up for the attack on handler. Got that long diagonal healing.
Handler, are you ready? Forward.
Nice healing picture. Going towards the wall. Coming up on the cone. Nice quick out. Not sure if the bite was totally full. Trying to get her attention back on him. Left early. There we go, very fast. Oh. Almost fell. Not full. Quick out and recall there.
Exercise complete. We're going to head to the first starter guy.
Surprise scenario. Nice healing so far.
Leave your dog. Couché. See the next cone. Face your dog. Decoys move. Recall your dog over the jump to heel.
See, over.
Recall over the jump, very nice. Little stumble there on the landing, but did not hit the jump on the way out. Passive bite. Very nice. Nice quick out and recall. I don't think that bite was totally full.
What a clean performance, guys. Let's hear it for Blair and Zira. You notice that healing, okay? They're demonstrating, I really like it, okay? My notes here, it's the essence of teamwork right there. Very nice. We do get just a touch chewy in that car. Could be improved upon, but I'm at a 47 out of 50, and that is with highest distinction. Our handler attack, that's a long stretch of healing, okay? But the healing itself is excellent, even with that extra command toward the very end. Your defense is nice. Grip could be a bit more, but I'm at a 45.5 out of 50, and that is with highest distinction. Our courage test, there's some minor confusion in the very beginning. She's excited. Distraction, no problem. Strike, very hard. Our decoy, who's very skilled, he almost goes down. That little girl almost took down that tough guy from Colorado. Drive, release, return, just a bit slow, but I'm at a 64 out of 70, and that is also with highest distinction. Okay, I have very little to critique on this last one, okay? If I were to really nitpick you, I would like to see in the drive, I'm not wild about it, she's a bit growly during the drive, okay? But I'm at a 45.5 out of 50, and that is also with highest distinction. On their third leg. Guys, give it up. Let's hear it for Blair and Zira.
Very nice female.
Work because she prefers to sit like a person rather than on her dog bed. Good luck, Jessica.
been a hot day. I'm glad for this overcast right now. And you've hung tight. And for that, I'm appreciative. Before I critique her, some team members that don't get a lot of support, but they're very near and dear to my heart, are the decoys. They're hardworking. They're tremendously skilled. Give it up, guys. Let me hear it for these decoys right here. Thank you guys so much. I want to also thank the secretarial team that have kept things moving today. I'm very appreciative of you guys. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I also want to make mention of our judges in the pipeline that have been hanging tough all day. Our apprentice judges right now, Sam and Ben. Give it up, guys. Look forward to seeing them. Jessica, you get under the shade too. I want to also thank my steward that is hung tight and hung tough We make a great team, buddy. Thank you for your efforts today. I appreciate you. Kevin Godey, everyone. All right, let's move on to Jessica. All right, in our car. Okay, you can tell on their approach, okay, the team is what I call truly connected. All right, we're in the presence of protection, and the dog has no problem transitioning from pure obedience into pure protection, okay? Healing is excellent, 5-point exercise. Our Sybil is a touch delayed. He's looking at the front window, looking at your window, but he does know what time it is. Defense, gunfire are both excellent. Grip could be a bit more full. We have a quick release, and our attention post-release is also demonstrated in an excellent way. 45.5 out of 50, and that is with highest distinction. Our handler attack. Okay, now we have a long stretch of healing, and it is performed excellent. Okay, full points, 10-point exercise. Our defense, dog really comes in for her defense. Drive takes it very nicely. Grip could be a bit more full. We have a very fast release, and we have a correct guard. I'm at a 46.5 out of 50, and that is with highest distinction. Our courage test. All right, our send, very fast. Distraction, strike, grip, drive, release. I have very little to critique on this. I think our return could be a bit more direct and quicker, but I'm at a 63 out of 70, and that is with highest distinction. Jessica, don't hyperventilate on me right now, okay? All right, our surprise. Again, I'm very impressed with this dog's ability to show like it's walking in the park in the presence of protection at the level 1. This is very impressive to see. Heel, stay, recall, obstacle on that send, okay? As short as it is, the dog strikes and pushes with power in that short send. All right, we've got a beautiful release, and to really nitpick you, which is tough to do, we could be a bit quicker on that return, okay? But I'm at a 47 out of 50, and that is passing with highest distinction. Earning her fourth leg, passing all 4 protection scenarios with highest distinction. Guys, give it up, Jessica and Genesis.
Alright guys, that's it for day 2. Tonight we have our banquet. For those of you that are going to the banquet, there is a fresh post in this event page, just reminding you of the time, the location, how to get there, all that good stuff. So we'll see some of you tonight at the banquet. Everybody else, we will see you tomorrow for day 3, which will be level 2 protection and level 3 protection. Have a great night.
All right, that is going to be it for today. We'll be back tomorrow.